Morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? This is your time. Yeah. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for letting me a minute just to come down. I just wanted to very briefly bring you up to speed on where we are with respect to our rate modification process. I wanted to show you up front so you know that you have a letter that's going out and will be in the mail shortly to all of our customers, informing them that the process has started. And so you may get some calls in regards to that. So just want to make sure you're aware of it. I gave you a copy of that letter to Mr. Davis, and hopefully he's shared it with you all. And we also have a copy of our tariff that I shared with you as the proposed tariff as it's going forward. Once this letter's out, and we had our first reading on our meeting on March 20th, and our second reading of the proposal in concert with a public hearing will be held on April 10th at our office at 5 o'clock. And then once that's concluded, and if nothing changes in the tariff at that point, we would bring it over to you on the morning of April 11th for the clock to start in that 45-day period, where you then have a chance to evaluate it, hold hearings if you wish, and then ultimately decide what those rates will be. So we will try to keep you up to date as much as we can. Please don't hesitate to call me with any questions. That's where we are at this moment. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to share what I can with you at this time.
Anybody have any questions? Good for now?
Okay.
As the council's aware, there's a process once the water district adopts the rates, once they go through the public hearing and they do all of the necessary readings. Anthony, I think, sent you the code that outlines that. We will work with Jim to make sure that, the public hearing is properly scheduled and we make all the necessary notifications.
Perfect.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, Jim, while you're here, if you don't mind, Mr. President, Jim presented a plat this morning of about where they would like to be able to drill that well, and I know HD has not yet seen this, but my concerns about it being in the parking lot, I think Jim has taken care of that issue, that it could in fact be in a vault.
Underground.
Yeah, so we would not lose those spaces, and then the controls would be, back against the tree line.
Pump house. Like a better word, like a pump house, you might say.
Yeah, a
or
little
control room.
electrical control for room, very small footprint that could be off to the side.
So when you say vault, I'm just asking a question. When you say vault underground, there would there be
Concrete vault.
like a metal or some way to access it?
Be a manhole,
Yeah.
one of those type of things. You design it for structural compliance with DOT, with
So it
vehicles
wouldn't be
going
something you'd
over.
have to cut up the parking lot later or something like that.
No, you'd install it. Since we're fortunately in a process of where it's all being put together, it'd be done long before you put your pavement down. We could have something there that wouldn't interrupt.
There would be no loss of parking.
No, in theory, we could do it, just like I say, in a vault. It's not uncommon, it's not desirable, but it's not uncommon that you put things underground, and then when you need to access them, you would have manholes to get to the well.
And then-
Anything can be done.
Yep, that works.
All right, thank you very, very much. Hopefully, it'll prove to be fruitful, and we'll have something that we can benefit our community if we... So we'd probably want to drill this well sometime this summer to give you an idea what the timeline would be.
Okay.
Very good.
But we'll keep you posted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items from the public? If not, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Any other further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Consent agenda, purchase order log. Anybody have any questions there? Tracy's here to internal budget revisions.
Two.
Yes, sir. I have two internal budget revision requests for the council's consideration, both for Department 428 Information Technology, and both requests are being made to correct deficit balances. The first request from Mr. Wine is to decrease line 341 supplies and materials by $2,000. current unencumbered fund balance is $184,248.24 with 65.1% spent to date, and increased line 222 dues and subscriptions by $2,000. Second request is, again, to decrease line supplies materials by $10,000 and increase professional services by $10,000. If the council will recall, when we bill out contracted services through IT, when those reimbursements come back, I just put them in supplies and materials with the understanding that we move that money through internal budget revision as the IT department needs it. So these are both appropriated and in line with what we typically do.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All righty. Change in status, we had a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for Lindsay Seifert as a quick response team peer recovery, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, QRT peer recovery coach with an annual salary of $43,135 effective March the 27th, 2023. New hire recommendation received from Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, for William Parks as a deputy court marshal with an annual salary of $39,017 effective April the 17th, 2023. New hire recommendation received from the Honorable Katie Delegetti for Kaylee Williams as a legal assistant with an annual salary of $41,000 effective April the 10th, 2023. Change in status received from Jennifer Swisher, Director 911, for the following effective April 1st, 2023. April Hedrick is going from telecommunicator 2 to shift supervisor with a salary increase from $54,443 to $60,024. Sabrina Hess is going from shift supervisor to custodian of records with a salary decrease from $66,921 to $60,699. Chastity Lovelace is going from telecommunicator 2 to shift supervisor with a salary increase from $52,858 to $58,276. Change in status received from Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, for Ronald Avey. He is receiving a salary increase for years of service. He will go from $39,017 to $40,678 effective April the 15th, 2023. And a letter of resignation received from the Sheriff's Department for Corey Welcome effective March the 16th, 2023. Letter of resignation received from Recovery Resource Center for Catherine Blunt effective March the 16th, 2023. Letter of resignation received from the Assessor's Office for Melissa Rahalis effective March the 20th, 2023. And that's all the change in status. Approval of the minutes. We have March the 6th, 2023, Berkeley County meeting, everyone was present. And March the 6th, 2023, everyone was present. Council calendars, here we go. Today we are here on March the 23rd on a public hearing at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. for non-residential ambulance service fees. With that, we move on to that's April. Sorry about that. 2023. We have library board here at 5 p.m. and the ambulance authority at 5. Or I'm sorry, 5 p.m. library board and 5 p.m. ambulance authority at two different locations, I guess. Well, the ambulance authority will be here.
It's actually going to start at 4:30.
4:30. Okay, that's right.
Mr. President, if I may, last week the council discussed the proposed stormwater ordinance, and you had indicated that you wanted to schedule a public hearing on that proposed ordinance. We've looked at agendas. We have 3 potential dates for your consideration, with public hearings occurring both at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. We have April 27th, May 4th, and May the 11th. We just wanted to know if there was a preference from the council.
I think sooner the better in my mind.
What were the options?
April 27th, May 4th, and May the 11th. And I agree with councilperson Catlett that probably the sooner the better.
April.
So if you have no objections, we'll do it April 27th. HD, I believe.
I'll be back 26th. So.
Okay. So we'll schedule that. We'll work with Anthony and we'll get the public notice. We'll have to do a class 1 legal notice. But we will schedule that for April 27th at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And that's it. And Monday, I guess the 27th, we have historic landmarks at 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. on Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority and 5 p.m. Water District. 27th. And that looks like that's about it. All right. We have bond reduction, Cool Spring, Run, Section 1, 2, and 3, lots 1 through 29 and 50 through 65 and 68 through 73, final plat file number 017-15 tied to file number 2208-241. Letter of credit number, or file number is 7965098. Engineering Department recommends that bond reduction, as well as bond reduction for Thistle Lane, Section C, final plat, file number 020-15 tied to file number 2106-211. Letter of credit number 7972383. Engineering Department has that recommendation. Any questions for Doug here this morning? Okay. I'm going to need a motion. I'd like to get a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, or like sign. Motion carries. Correction of assessment logs. Larry's not here, so nothing to provide. Board of meeting reports. Mr. Boyd.
Yes, sir. Had Main Street meeting on Monday. They did not have a quorum, but they still continued, had a meeting, they just couldn't vote on anything. They discussed the St. Patrick's Day event. They said that the crowd was good. They did within $1,000 of last year's net profits with 1 hour less. They cut it off an hour early. And they say they talked about their budget a little bit, and they have money they didn't expect because, at the end of the year there, we doubled the amounts that those people had asked for, I believe, in December. And they were happy for that. They thanked the county for that, and said they're in a better financial situation than they've been in years. I reiterated the situation with if at what time they come up with a big program, we may be able to help, but at this time, they weren't aware that we finalized our budget, but I told them what we gave them, same as last year. They were happy with that, and other than that, they didn't have a whole lot going on. It was more so talking about the St. Patrick's recap, and then the upcoming wine festival that they have at the Boydville. They're already off to a good start on sales for VIP tents, which is new this year. And that's a extra thing on top of your ticket to get in. So all in all, that was a good meeting. When I was on the radio on Tuesday, they asked me about some of the bills that passed and different things. It wasn't my best interview, but it was all right. But other than that, that's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Catlett.
Tuesday, we had a sewer board meeting, and no newsworthy topics were discussed, just business as usual again. The stormwater board meeting followed that on Tuesday, and I had a chance earlier the week before to talk to Curtis one-on-one, and then with the full board at the meeting on Tuesday. And I just wanted to be reassured by them that they were comfortable with the new ordinance that is being proposed, and we're going to have the public hearing on in April, end of April. So, and they seem pleased with it. So they, we get our consent to move forward on it, and I think we're good to go. And appreciate everybody that worked on that new ordinance. Had a senior service board meeting yesterday. They reviewed their audit with Decker and Company here in Martinsburg, and so it was a good report. It's probably a lot more diverse than what most people realize, what all they do and the different sources of revenue they have. But they've continued to thank the county council for the support that we give them, to the point where they're even going to provide lunch for us today up here. So and then today at 4:30 we have the ambulance authority meeting. We moved it up a half hour so it'll be finished in time for the public hearing at 6. So and I guess that will be the main topic of discussion today at 4:30 will be the new proposed non-residential fees.
Anything else?
That's about it.
That's about it. Okay. Eddie?
Yes, sir. Planning Commission met on Monday evening. Probably the two major articles of the evening was the approval of the apartment building at Overlook at Riverside, which is on Route 11 north of Marlow. They continue to build it out. So there's 152 additional apartment units coming to that projected development. And the other discussion was the Patrick Jackson subdivision on Route 45 East, which proposed 837 building lots with a boulevard entrance. The engineering, our engineering department had set out several different guidelines that they could accept. It wasn't perfect for anybody, and that involved between a developer and the Department of Highways. But the Planning Commission denied that request, just really and truly because of the single boulevard entrance for that many high-density homes. The other meeting I had was with Parks and Rec, where finances remain strong. Hotel Motel continues to be strong. They're looking at possibly hiring a clerk of the works for some of the major projects that they want to get built, to be able to keep those projects online and under budget. There's about a $15,000 renovation going to be done to the mini golf course at War Memorial, so they're going to revamp that. And Monday or Tuesday, I don't remember what evening it was. It had to be Tuesday, I guess. I attended the Martinsburg High School dedication to the new field, and it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, it was really a nice job. I give a lot of credit to Trip Tobin, the baseball supporters, they've just really come together, the high school, and they've done a lot of work over there, and it really looks very, very nice. Got a beautiful scoreboard, and the work that the city and the county and the state, everybody came together and really built them a nice facility there. So I was able to participate with that. So that's about it.
Okay. I was unable to attend my Eastern Annual Transit Authority meeting, but I will get some information from that meeting to report later. We have new application received, reappointment packet from Mary Jane Reinert for the Berkeley Morgan County Health Board. Her term expires on May the 2nd, 2023. Do we have any?
I discussed that with Mr. Barnhart yesterday. As you know, he will not be here today or next Thursday, but he will be prepared to discuss it upon his return. So if you just want to leave that until then, you have plenty of time.
Okay, we'll hold that off then. We have a new application received from Dean Pope for Parks and Rec and CBB Board. We want to get him scheduled to bring him in. Okay. And Eddie, you want to take the honor and swear in our honorary councilperson, Grant McDonald.
I, Grant McDonald,
Do swear and affirm
do swear and affirm
that I will uphold the Constitution
that I will uphold the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia,
that I will work hard to fulfill
that I will work hard to fulfill
the responsibilities of the office
the responsibilities of the office
of the honorary council member,
of the honorary council member,
which I have been appointed.
which I've been appointed,
So help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
I go to St. Joseph School, and for high school, I'm going to Martinsburg.
What kind of interest do you have, Grant, and what do you want to do in the future?
I play football, and I don't really know what I'm going to do when I'm older, though. So.
Don't feel bad, we don't either. So.
Okay, Grant, if I told you earlier, if you have questions or you have something you want to add, just get the attention of the president and
We'll let you
hear
speak.
you out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll get a picture here when we go on a break and for our social media page. So, all righty. 10:10. We're a little bit early. Is Tracy? Yep, there's Tracy. Come on up, Tracy, and we'll MOU with the Berkeley County Board of Feds. It's at in 2023 Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant Substance Use Site-Based Program. COSIP.
This is to go along with the grant packet, an memorandum of understanding between Berkeley County Council, West Virginia, and the Berkeley County Board of Education in reference to the fiscal year 23 Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Site-Based Program, now referred to as COSIP. Whereas the County Council of Berkeley County, West Virginia, is the governing body of the county, having the constitutional and statutory responsibility for the fiscal integrity and general direction of the county governance and the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Berkeley County, West Virginia. And whereas the council is applying to the fiscal year 23 Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Site-Based Program launched by the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance, in order to promote locally driven responses to the opioid epidemic. And whereas the objectives of the fiscal year 23 COSIP program include 1. Addressing the needs of children impacted by the opioid epidemic, 2. Promoting education and prevention, and 3. Providing peer recovery support services to individuals and families in need. And whereas the goal of the Berkeley County Council is to take a proactive approach to curtail the opioid epidemic through the provision of prevention and treatment interventions for its school-age children. Therefore, it is the intention of the Berkeley County Council to act as grantor to the Berkeley County Board of Education through funding made available via the fiscal year 23 COSIP grant to serve as the primary application and administrator of the 3-year program. The Berkeley County Council, through the Juvenile Opioid Treatment Intervention Prevention Program, referred to as JOTIP, will provide peer recovery coaches in order to provide curriculum related to the Too Good for Drugs lived experience and or after school youth group support. It is understood that this is a 3-year agreement for the period September 1st, 2023 through August 30th, 2026. Future cooperation between the Berkeley County Council and Berkeley County Board of Education will be contingent upon continuation of grant funding and agreement by both parties. Any party may terminate this agreement by giving written notice of the intent to terminate to other parties within 30 days of such termination. This agreement may be amended only in writing, signed and dated by each party, and identified as an addendum to the agreement. The terms may not be altered, modified, or amended by extraneous language contained in any purchase order, invoice, letter of confirmation, or other writing unless expressly identified as an addendum as noted above. Agreed this 23rd day of March 2023.
Okay.
The COSIP grant is not a new one.
Right.
This is an application for renewal. and it all kind of goes hand in hand with you've heard Tim talk about the Project Aware program in the schools. However, the program as it exists today in Tim's evaluation is probably not as effective as it could be, only because the groups that our peer recovery coaches and case managers are working are pretty large. So between now and hopefully with the renewal of this grant, he'll be working with the Board of Education to try to refine it so it's a little bit more effective. But before now, we've never had a formal MOU that allowed our employees to go into the schools. And after talking it over with Tim and Anthony and Tracy, we thought it would be good just to have something in place that doesn't change anything that we're doing now. It just, that way if anyone questions why our employees are meeting with students of the public school system, we have that MOU in place, and Anthony's had an opportunity to look it over and decide off on it.
All right. Need a motion to approve?
Motion to give the president the authority to sign the MOU with the Berkeley County Board of Education for the fiscal year 23 comprehensive opioid stimulant and substance use site-based program, COSA.
Yeah, that's a
Easy for you to say.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Is that in my signature packet, Penny? Right there, okay. All righty. Next we have up Chief Thomas Young, request for contingency funding to hire deputy.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good.
Sun shining
Kind
so
of.
far.
Kind of. It is nice out there.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I'd rather be trout fishing right this minute, but. Yep. As you already stated, we were requesting the release of the contingency funding for the extra deputy's position. Currently, we have 3 names on our list following all of the background investigations and everything that has to be completed for the hiring of deputy sheriff. We only have 2 positions to fill. We have 3 names on the list. If we are forced to carry that next name over to the next list, you're talking probably about a 4-month delay by the time tests are received, tests are administered, all of the background investigations, thereby putting that 3rd person off for potentially 6 months, which sets us back, by the time you do academy figures, a year to maybe 14, 16 months. Therefore, we're asking to get that position open up now so that we can push that 3rd meeting through now. The other 2 keep us as full as possible right now with everything that's going on.
Yep. There's a lot going on.
That there is. It's been an interesting 2 weeks.
Yep. Okay. Everybody have any questions for Chief Young?
Chief, when do you think this 3rd person, it'll bring it from time staff, from 66 to 67? When do you think this person would come on board? Do you have a target date?
We're at the mercy of the 2 academies.
Okay. Would be this fiscal year before July
June,
1st?
would they be on the road as a single unit?
Well, would they be on our payroll before July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea when you might put them on payroll? The only reason I'm asking is that money's in contingency, and if the council will recall, as part of last fiscal year, you budgeted the total amount for full year for a deputy as well as the outfitting and the cruiser. So the cruiser, I mean, who knows when we can get that, but the payroll and benefits for the remainder of this fiscal year will have to be removed through state budget revision from contingency to Department 700. So you think if I moved it effective
Okay, May 1st, up in my head.
May,
Our goal was May, there's another academy starting in June,
okay.
and then another one in July.
So if I do 2 months worth of salaries and benefits, and then move the total amount of the outfitting over, and then we'll just encumber the vehicle. That would work.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be.
Yeah, well, the vehicle comes out of 960, but we'll order it now, and hopefully by fiscal year 25-26, you'll have it. So
Just about accurate.
we'll move 2 months worth of salaries. I don't know whether we'll do it next week, but by May 1st, we'll move salary and benefits over to 700. And then Gary, for next fiscal year, as part of state budget revision number 1 in June or July or August, you'll have to move the full amount over.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I'm just thrilled that you're getting the position filled. That's great. We may consider horse patrol maybe if we can't get vehicles. I'm just teasing.
Well,
I'm okay with it.
I was thinking about the foot patrol in Back Creek Valley.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I'll sign you. I'm good.
Just carry a pole.
Just carry your pole with you there on these pretty days, so. All righty, need a motion to approve?
Yeah, motion to move the position out of contingency over into the sheriff's budget, which will take him from 66 to 67 deputies.
I second that motion.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chief, you have just a couple more minutes. I asked Mike to come over. It's Mike Lang to come over later on your agenda at 11:30. Is a discussion on it's a 2-page. Mike just walked in the door. Come on up, Mike. There's a 2-page MOU for the custodial transport memorandum of understanding. If the council will recall, at the request of Chief Court Marshal Lang and Sheriff Harmon, we developed, you approved the Transportation Division effective February 1st, and I've asked Mike to come in after about 3 months worth of experience and update the council. But in the meantime, the sheriff and Mike thought it might be beneficial just to codify expectations between Chief Court Marshal and the sheriffs as to responsibilities. And they've been working with Anthony, and in your packet is as I said, a very, very brief custodial transportation memorandum of understanding that outlines procedures and designation of responsibilities for both the Sheriff's Department and the Transportation Division, and I think it looks pretty good. Mike,
I agree.
Chief, you're okay with it? Is it your experiences? It's now been February, March, almost 2 full months.
Outstanding.
That's what Mike tells me. We've met a couple times, and he said
We're almost 10,000 miles and
If
50 days.
If this doesn't serve as a model for the rest of the state as we're trying to do, I don't see how. Because it's I can't
Working
say
as
anything better than
designed.
outstanding. Absolutely.
Yeah, Friday, just this past Friday, we had 6 staff on the road, going different places. Only one was scheduled. And, John did a little thing, information for you. But we had 6 Berkeley County staff members on the road Friday, and only used one deputy. We used 5 of our guys. If not for this program, you had 6 on the road.
Thank John.
Sorry, I'm not a computer guy, so we're gonna small it. So it's working as designed, as we thought it would?
Thank you, sir.
I get emails every time that vehicle leaves the county. And Monday, I think, when I came back from the weekend, I had about 38 of them. Every time that vehicle leaves the county, every time that vehicle moves, I get an email, and I get a bunch of them. They are moving.
I had a question. I think the vehicles that are transported in have cameras in the vehicles. No?
Not yet.
They're gonna be though, hopefully, yeah. And then the other question was, should those people also have a body cam as well?
That's in MOU. That
Okay,
we get body-
that's in part of it,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you'll notice,
Just to protect
particularly in the MOU, one of the things that Mike and I discussed was the transportation of juveniles and things like that. They're just not equipped to do that right now, so it's precluded in the MOU.
That's where the body cams come in.
Because of the body cams, and certainly we don't want to expose our employees to any kind of complaint. We don't want to expose, anyone that we're transporting to any kind of unsafe condition. So, and the other reason, I thought it was appropriate to codify this is, who knows what'll happen, if this program is successful 10 years from now. There may be different council members here, although you all probably want to stay. But we know that, there is a 2-term limit for the sheriff. So there could be a different sheriff in 10 years. They may question why we're doing it and under what authority we're doing it, but now you have this to reference. So if the council sees fit, we'd like for you to approve the MOU and give the president the authority to sign it.
Okay. We're a little ahead of schedule on that one, but we can go ahead and
You can go
address
in and do it.
Yeah.
We're just moving it up. And I wanted to do that since Chief Young was here.
Sounds good. Okay, you've heard about the MOU Transportation Division. Can I get a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the MOU for Transportation Division.
And give the council president the
Give
authority to.
the council president the authority to sign.
All right, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion, comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like sign opposed? Motion carries.
I think
Thank
he's trying those numbers mind-boggling in 45, 50 days since he started.
Yeah.
It shows the burden we lifted off the sheriff's office by implementing.
And these are all the ones you've transported.
Whole intent,
And
right?
I give all of you credit, for finding ways to make things better. It keeps our deputies on the road.
Yes, sir.
I know John and his crew are, very well trained. They have a lot of experience in transportation of folks. So, it's a win-win. I spoke to Mike probably a week or so ago about this MOU, and he was very happy with it. So, thank you all for what you're doing there.
While you guys are here, just yesterday, Captain Gardner and I were talking, and he gets all the trips that come through the office. He wanted to commend you guys on documentation. How well it's all.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few bugs to work out there.
Oh, is there?
Now we got access to pretty much everything that we need, so that's working.
Mr. Whitaker had questions.
No, these are just everybody you've transported? Is
That's
that-
everything that we transported since, February 1st. That would have been the duty of deputy sheriff. Yeah, I mean, like I say, it comes up to 538 man hours that we save, keeps deputies on the road, almost 10,000 miles. By tomorrow, we got another trip, it'll be over 10,000 miles.
So does that account for the time, because I haven't read through this yet, John, does that account for the time that you've set with these folks while they're being arraigned?
Sure does, sir.
Okay.
Where's the majority of the trips to? Are you
I mean,
just all over the state?
One was to State Farm, Virginia. You ever heard of State Farm, Virginia? I have not. But there's a male and female correctional institute there. I brought one back last week. I mean,
yeah, we've got lots of them. I mean, they come from different areas. I mean, we're all over, wherever someone's been incarcerated at and they need to come back to Berkeley County, we're taking them. I know we got one that's coming up. It's, beginning of April there, we're gonna go up near, near Savannah. Yeah, it's near Pittsburgh. We got that one.
A little bit
Tomorrow I
past
got one in
Pittsburgh.
Fort
So
Smith,
you're mostly
Virginia.
picking up and bringing them back.
Mostly.
Are you as efficient as Amazon yet on your deliveries?
They're 100%.
Yeah, we get them there.
no one steals our packages from the
Right.
So you don't have to worry about the porch thieves or anything.
But no, I gotta commend everybody. It's great to work as a unit and getting everything done, and we appreciate y'all's foresight and seeing the need for this. We really do. It wouldn't happen without y'all's approval. What about the juvenile?
How does that get handled?
You said we deputies are still doing that.
Well,
This was just a juvenile arraignment.
just juvenile arraignment.
Because usually when the school resource officer brings them in, they have a rapport with them.
Sure.
And they're really amped up. So that was just for the arraignment part.
Yeah, but as far as transporting a juvenile, say from Vicky Douglas to another juvenile facility, we're still doing that.
Right, we took one from
Yeah,
Newport,
I-
News,
matter of fact-
Virginia to Florida
Yeah.
on New Year's Eve when the credit cards got cut off on like the 30th. They was in Florida, said, hey, we can't pay for our dinner. So, we made it through, and made sure we got reimbursed in time and later.
Yeah, I actually have a juvenile tomorrow, it's going to be from Vicky Douglas to Portsmouth, Virginia, so.
It's working as designed. Everybody's pulling their own weight. It's getting done well, in my opinion.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
We thank you all and thank Mr. Davis for supporting us on this crazy idea, but it's working.
It's not the first crazy idea you've had.
No, sir. It's not. It will not be my last either.
Hey,
Especially
Tom,
before you
real
leave.
quick, I know it's a little backwards, but now that we have these 3 coming in, does that fill all positions, even the new resignation? Or we have space for one more after?
We're gonna have one more space for that resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, anything else, Alan, we can
No,
kind of
sir.
cover? Or-
Thank you for taking care of that early.
Yeah, so we can go on a break.
Mr. President,
Yes,
Mr. Howard is here, but we want to do the
Okay.
presentation.
yeah, sure. We want to go ahead and do the interview for candidate for the Berkeley County Museum Board. Mr. Howard, you want to come on up? This isn't your first time up here, is it? This is, so we're,
You gotta be tired of seeing
well, we want to welcome you again and thank you for your interest in Berkeley County and all that you are doing, so.
Thank
already.
you, Jim. Appreciate you.
And so, to the new guys up here, just introduce yourself and tell them a
Yeah,
little bit
I'm a
about.
regular. So, yeah, you guys see me here like monthly. Somehow you guys bring me in, and I'm honored to be here and appreciate what you do. So,
At least you're not brought in by the transportation department.
that's true. Yeah, those guys are scary. So, yeah. But yeah, I thought if you wouldn't mind, sir, I know we have some new folks here. I'd
Sure.
just go over my background a little bit since this is for board position for the museum. So, forgive my voice. My nose is not exactly cooperating right now, and it's just a reminder: you married men, don't say no to your wife twice. So, but currently, I'm a member of the CVB County Council appointed member, and that's been going very well. I'm enjoying my time there. Historic Morgan Cabin Association vice president there. I'm on the Musselman Alumni Committee. I also serve on the Green Hill Cemetery to take care of the slave quarter, which is something that people are not really aware of. I belong to the Archaeological Society of Virginia. I'm an instructor at Shepherd University teaching American Indian burial practices. I'm an independent field researcher, and to date I've got 26 American Indian archaeological sites ranging from Canada to Virginia. Here in Berkeley County, I have 8 archaeological sites that are American Indian specific, including ceremonial grounds, burial grounds, village sites, and other occupation sites. Recently, I solved a local mystery. I know you gentlemen throughout your tenure here in Berkeley County have heard 100 times where the Tuscarora village was. At first contact, when the Europeans first arrived, I've heard everywhere from the library over to Dairy Queen on North End, and nothing made sense to me as a researcher. So I pulled up a lot of research material, started putting clues together, and I've located exactly where the original Tuscarora Indian village site was, including with artifacts and occupation evidence. So that part is important because how many things in Berkeley County are named Tuscarora? And just so you know, I am part Tuscarora from that tribe that eventually left this area. So I do have, as well as Cherokee heritage as well. So we do know where the Tuscarora Indian Village site is located now. If anyone wants a tour, I'm happy to take you out there. It's appropriate fitting as to where it's located because it once was the city's landfill. So anyway, also I've had the pleasure of working with Eddie here in the past lately over at the Cool Spring Presbyterian Church behind the Morgan Cabin, which was a church that was built in 1760. Recently, we found 2 cemeteries there that actually had human remains on the surface. So we're working to get those protected and taken care of. And as a matter of fact, part of the Morgan Cabin Committee, one of the things we're going to do is create a subcommittee to actually go down there and groom that area. We're going to take responsibility to keep those cemeteries. One was a white section, one was a slave section. So we want to keep those cemeteries free of Russian olive trees and all those other nasty things that come around. So we're going to take care of that. I also do a lot of public speaking at archaeological conferences, a lot of universities like Howard University and others, and local civic groups. I'm also called often as an expert witness for civil rights cases, specifically to take on legal matters that concern minority-based cemeteries, African American slave graves, and American Indians. I'm involved in 3 different civil rights cases right now, and I actually go into the field, identify these graves, write up reports, testify, and then get death threats from developers. So, and that has happened, by the way. So, but that's basically my background. I just thought the new folks, I know Jim and Eddie and others know a little bit about it, but kind of what I do.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
HD, do you have any questions for Matt or comments?
No? Sound like you know a lot about cemeteries and Indians and those sort of things. That's one background that most of the other applicants haven't touched on. So.
Okay. Steve?
I was very interested in your travel knowledge, and over the years in Berkeley County, we've used what's called a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. It's federal money handed down to the states to build public parks and stuff. And the last few we did, there now is a requirement that you have to get certification that you're not
Yes.
any burial grounds. And I don't know if you've been involved with
Yes,
that.
I'm involved in locating.
Not, I was going to suggest to the State Development Office that
Yep.
they contact you.
Sure. I'm
Because
happy to help.
yeah, that was pretty much a several month delay because I don't know if they didn't have local knowledge or what, but with your expertise, I think we could move that process along a lot quicker.
To be honest, Steve, the state has a huge deficit with archaeologists. Now, I'm not an archaeologist, I'm an independent field researcher, but I'm still accepted in the academic community, and my reports and things like that are used in research and for legal matters. So the state SHPO office, basically, I always say if it didn't happen, if it happened around Charleston, it happened. If it was anywhere east or north of that, nothing happened, historically speaking, So, but I try to fill that void here in the east, to take care of those matters. Yes.
Anything else?
You got me convinced that you're the right person for this board, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
No, I know his love for history and not only documenting but preserving history, and obviously that's what a museum does.
So that was the old landfill you talked about, was the original grounds. That's, of course, it's along the Tuscarora.
It's stated in a book
Tuscarora
called,
Creek, right?
Right.
Goes through there, next to it, yeah.
there was a book written in 1850 by Samuel Kercheval, A History of the Valley of Virginia, that lists that the original Tuscarora village was located on Benjamin Beeson's property, which he owned what is now most of Martinsburg at that time. He was a Quaker, and it describes the village as being located on 2 sides of Tuscarora Creek surrounded by hills. If you just topographically put those pieces together of where Beeson's land is, and then you find the hills and the valley and the creek, that was part of what I did. So we went down there, did some field research. It's actually right in front of the Adam Stevens home.
Okay.
And it goes all the way back to the sewage treatment plant. So that area now, that was once the city landfill for 50, 75 years.
Right.
And then the sewer treatment plant was where the Tuscarora Indian Village was. And I actually found a beautiful stone. There are 7 natural springs there, which makes sense. That's where you would want, if you were building a village. I found a beautiful stone with a carved bobcat face, what we call petroglyph, still in the creek, in the spring that feeds Tuscarora Creek, which gave me hard evidence of occupation because that was a signature of a village site. So yeah, we've definitely located it, and I hope we can put all of the local, well, it was here, it was here, it was here. Find the water, you find the village.
Right. Hope we get to preserve those to the degree that they should be preserved.
Yeah, I'd like to pursue some way to, the petroglyph stone is literally right next to the edge of where the landfill began. I don't know if maybe we could take it to the Adam Stevens home and make it part of their historical program. I don't. It's a decent sized stone, but we could easily move it.
Yeah,
but
actually how large it is.
Where's it at now? Where's it
in the spring. Yeah, right where
There's
they.
no chance of it being stolen.
No one knows about it but me. I don't think. No offense, but most people wouldn't know what to look for in a petroglyph. So, but I can walk you to it. It's 60 feet off the road. Yeah.
Wow. All righty, Matt, thank you so much for coming in, and I'll take your advice not to say no twice.
Yeah,
so.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Matt, just so you know,
Yes, sir.
I did have a conversation with Rich yesterday in reference to fencing out that area, protecting that.
Yes, sir. He called me this morning. I said, Rich, anything I can do to help? We talked about creating the subcommittee to be caretakers of the 2 cemetery sites so that eventually, if we can get those cemeteries protected, the big issue for those that don't know is Rich has cows that walk right through there. It's not the cow's fault, it's not Rich's fault, but they do damage. And we're just looking for ways. Those human remains are still there because we have a lot of issues getting the state to come up and do their job, the archaeological folks. So if the cows pulverize those bones, they're gone forever. We can't repatriate them, let alone find out were they slave, were they white, were they, how old were they, and all of those things. So I've enjoyed working with Eddie on this, and we made a ton of progress. And I told Rich any way we can help him, with the fence, we certainly will. Yeah, thank you for that, Eddie.
You're welcome. Thanks again, Matt,
Thank
for
you,
coming
Jim.
in. Take care.
Thank you.
All righty. What else we got? Penny, keep me straight. Take a break. All right. We're going to go on break here and get some pictures with our honorary council person.
No question. Hey, please.
Okay.
I mean, you,
We're back in session. We're getting ready to open the meeting up with a public hearing on the non-residential fee for the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority. And can I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The public meeting is open. And Mr. Davis, you want to?
Yes, sir. Just
a couple
just
minutes?
some background, particularly for the newer council members that have been on board since January 1st. Back on June 30th of 2022, the council had a public hearing on proposed rate increases for the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority, which at that time was going to become effective July 1st, 2022. The council agreed to the increase. However, at that time, they asked that the ambulance authority come back with proposed non-residential fee structure and a possible homestead exemption. Brian and his staff, at your direction, worked on that, and through several updates, after several updates with you, presented their final recommendation for non-residential fee structure and homestead exemption on February 2nd of 2023. At that time, it was the consensus of the council to move forward with the proposal. At your direction, we did place a public hearing notice on our website and on our social media platforms. We also published a Class 1 legal notice in the Martinsburg Journal that appeared on Monday, February 13th, 2023. You do have certification publication found in your packet. And I also provided you with a copy of that notice at your workstation. Since the publication of the notice over the past month or so, we have not received, meaning your office has not received any oral written comments to the proposed fee changes, which brings us to the hearing today. So then I'll turn it over to Brian.
Mr. Costello, how are you today?
Pretty good. How's everyone? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
See, I got the technology for us this time. So as Mr. Davis said, I'll reiterate, our purpose for today's public hearing is in July of 2022, this governing body tasked us, the Ambulance Authority, to research, conceptualize, and develop a non-residential ambulance fee structure. The purpose of this fee was to help offset the encumbrance of ambulance service costs, the county's homeowners, and to possibly allow for an abated fee for those individuals who are currently qualified and will future qualify for the homestead exemption with the county assessor's office. And being that they meet all prerequisites, for that requirement, as we will lay out in a user fee ordinance update. The council further asks that building occupancy and workforce be taken into consideration when building this is feasible, or assessments rendered to create a form of proportional equity between the bigger entities and their footprint versus the smaller ones. So we'll talk about some of the challenges that we faced in doing that. First, of course, as we said before, is with no zoning laws, the assessor's office is very liberal, and they use what they call is based on judgment, based on location, building site, and usage. And we did spend time with the fire marshal in the fire marshal's office that stated that they have limited standards when they determine building occupancy. Once an occupancy permit is issued, there's no reason, a researchable database to confirm those numbers that we could go back to, or that a business could go in and update. And then the last thing is how to validate the number of employees assessed in a designated structure where the employee count is a factor on fee assessment. So we went and researched and did work for an idealistic solution. And that solution for us to do a non-residential annual business assessment, to where someone that may have a large structure but a minimum workforce, they can come in and do this in our ABA form, let us know their hours of operation, how many shifts they have on a 24-hour period, and the maximum workforce on site at any one time. And if that falls below the criteria that we'll set with this fee structure, they would get a reduced rate for their assessment. So what tools did we use to develop this fee structure? Good question. Well, we networked and we data mined. Okay? I'll go ahead and introduce two of those folks that helped put this together. Of course, everyone knows Joy, our operations manager. She oversees both our fee and billing sections and keeps me straight in the office. And of course, we have Cassie Custer, who is our fee department lead, that really did the down and dirty research on square footage based on the parcels, district mapping parcels that I was feeding her. Hey, look this up, tell me what we've got. So all the, well, I'll take the heat, they get the credit. So that's how we'll say it. Here's one of the things that we utilized too, is we looked at the previous 3 years, fiscal year 2020, 2021, and I'll show you 2022. One thing that you'll notice among these 3 years is about 70% of our call volume is to households. Okay? Then another 13.5 to about 15% to our streets and highways, which includes majority Interstate 81. Then we get into our businesses. You'll see in 2020 that was about 5.25%. Those numbers went up to about 250 additional calls, taking us up to about 5.85%, which doesn't seem like much. But if you look at the total numbers at the bottom, you'll see in 2020 the ambulance authority ran about 10,849 calls. That number increased to 13,972 calls by the next year. So even though that percentage seems minute, we look at those total number of calls and the call increase. And then, of course, our public buildings, those would be our schools, our daycares, things of that nature. They came in around anywhere between 4.5% to 5%. Our healthcare facilities, these are your Med Expresses, things of that nature. And then we did have some calls where we classify as wilderness area, people lost, or whatever the case may be. So then we'll move on to 2022. 2022, even though our total call volume only increased a little bit, up to 14,392, there was a significant increase in the business piece to the tune of almost 350 plus calls. We went from 817 the previous year to 1,167 in 2022. Our public buildings did go down slightly, but we're still seeing what we term that 6.5% to 7% of the call volume are focused in those two areas. So that really stood out at us. So what did we get from this? What is our conclusion? Well, of course, 70% of all the calls are to residents, about 6.5% to 7% to our businesses, an additional 6 to 8% to public places, that the ambulance authority's budget is right now $7.595 million annually. Now, if you look at 7% of that budget, you're talking about $531,650. So the current proposal, as it's written, based on the businesses that we have from the county assessor's office, what we are looking to recover with that, as the fee is written, is that 7% that we could attribute to the businesses and the things that count into those public places, the schools and things that would all be encumbered in this fee. Now, the one thing we did add is we would utilize that billing cycle from January to December that allows them to match this up with their tax preparation and things that they'll need to file whatever additional tax information they need to. And there it is. That's what we're proposing on the non-residential fee structure. We have a regular rate for non-residential that includes industrial, manufacturing, commercial, mixed use, and miscellaneous other. at $2.80 per 100 square foot. As part of your request to look at large footprints with small employee counts, our warehouse and storage units. An employee shift count that's greater than one person per 1,000 square foot, their rate would be $2 per 100 square foot. An employee count that's less than that one person per 1,000, maybe it's one per 1,500 or one per 2,000, they would pay a rate cheaper at $1.50 per 100 square foot. We received a number of calls on our religious structure piece, so we did provide a reduced rate for our religious structures. There's about 126 religious structures that are within the county, and we looked at them at $1.50 per 100 square foot. Our Board of Education and school rate. A lot of the calls were, well, these kids are covered by household fees and things of that nature. And as I was talking with Councilman Catlett, that assumes three things. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but it does assume that these kids are Berkeley County residents, that in fact their family paid the household fee, and the fact that they would take a BLS transport versus ALS transport. So, we cap it as low as we could. And the other thing is quite often we have schools come from out of town that bring fans from out of town that could avail themselves to our services that maybe reimburse us at a cheaper rate. I can tell you Maryland reimburses through their insurance at a cheaper rate than most of West Virginia's back insurances do. So we take less on those.
And Brian, not to interrupt, but we cover the county school athletic, especially the football thing, with an ambulance at no cost to the schools, correct?
We do at this time. If they call and coordinate that, we have, the only one we don't is Martinsburg, because that's covered by the city of Martinsburg.
Right.
And that usually runs somewhere around 15 to 18,000 a year, depending on what their season looks like.
Right.
The last thing, the one thing you see there that we have pending is active farms. When we first came to you, we said, hey, we'd like to do farms at a flat rate, but you see that pending. I'll tell you why. When we dug into this, you can have 40 or 50 parcels that make up a single farm, and at least one of those parcels has a household on it. We're not trying to assess parcels, we're trying to assess structural stuff to do this. So we thought it would be our due diligence to put that as pending to look into further, because it's just something different that we need to look at going down the road. And then, of course, based on Mr. Barnhart's recommendation, we looked at mass gathering rates. These are things like, events at Shiley Acres, events at the Berkeley County Youth Fair, and we put a total that you may have 10,000 people go to an event, but as long as it's not a congregate amount greater than 300 people, we leave it alone. But anything where you have 300 or more people congregated, we feel that we should assess a fee to that. And that's what we've looked at. And of course, as anything else we do, there has to be some penalty for not paying it on time. And as you can see, we put a 5% penalty and a 10% penalty on there for not paying it on time. So as you can see, I remind myself to pause there for your questions before I move on to the homestead piece.
This be paid through personal property tax? Where's this bill come to? Who pays it? How's that?
We handle all of our billing internally at the Ambulance
So the business
Authority.
will get a direct bill?
Yes, we do our own billing and we do our own recovery. Yeah, nothing goes through the personal property.
And then you said something about a reduced rate if you have less than one person per 1,000 square feet?
Yes.
Is that on your average employees, or is that people in your building?
That would be employee count is what we did there.
Employee count.
Yeah. If you say, hey, I've got a 30,000 square foot building with 16 employees because we're a product pick company, then of course you would qualify for the reduced rate.
Well, say you got 8,800 square feet and you average 1, 2, 3, 6 people most of the day. There's a couple hours of the day where you might be at 10.
If it is one of those warehouses or storage units,
It's not a warehouse.
okay,
It's-
so the reduced rate was for
Only warehouses.
those warehouses and storage units. Now, if there's something that this governing body wants differently, then that's up for you guys to discuss and dictate to us. But
Ron, the only question I had was on the mass gathering.
Yes.
What if that organization has a private ambulance firm to cover their EMS needs?
I would like to see either an exemption put in that if they, let's say Mr. Boyd would sponsor an event at Shiley like you do, and he brings in private industry, I think you should write an exemption in there for that, if that's what you want to do. Tomahawk Motorsports Park, I know we used to work their events, and it just we got so busy we couldn't do it, and we introduced them to a private service. So if that's something that you want to do, I think you could.
I think I would have a hard time charging them a fee when in fact your services may not be needed. Now, something goes haywire.
That's the next question. Is it that there's service on site, or are they going to provide the transport to a destination facility?
Right, yeah, and I'm just saying, basically, if they do it all.
Yes.
If they do the treating and transport, then I think that I would hope that they would be available for an exemption.
I
But
don't
if our
disagree.
ambulance has to provide one of those services, then so be it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree there. If they have an ambulance on site, that's one thing, but if you just have a paramedic, that's not, you're still taking the risk of them having to show up.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I know Tomahawk, they usually have one or two. They try to have 2 units there because they want to keep one at all time, and then the other would be available to transport. But there has been times in the past that if they could only get one, they would stabilize, we would come in, transport the patient, and if they were that bad, we'd fly them out, of course.
That's a high risk.
Yeah.
That's a high risk activity there.
Yeah, but I think an exemption could be written for something like that.
Regardless if it's a special event or somebody's home or somebody's business, we're just trying to recover the cost of having the ambulance available, but then whatever individual that is, personal insurance is billed as well on top of that.
Yes, sir, it is.
In every case, so.
It is,
Right.
and as we know, we all get our EOBs when we go to our doctors or whatever. You bill XYZ dollars, but unfortunately, they pay about 46% of that bill as average. So I'll tell you, it's funny. There was just a thing in the paper back on the 14th of March. Over 15 911 only EMS agencies in the state of West Virginia went out of business last year in 2022. 1,100 EMS providers left the state due predominantly to pay and things like that, inequity of pay. West Virginia averages about $2 to $3 an hour less in pay. We do really well here in Berkeley County. But the only things that are propping these agencies up that are still out there are levies and these kind of fees. So that's just a fact. That's what the data tells us, and that's nothing from the ambulance authority that's out there for public. So as you said, we know that insurance isn't going to do it. We know this for a fact. So it's just how do we make it equitable and fair and everybody can live with it.
I had one other question.
Yes, sir.
Small business people, like a restaurant or something. If where people are eating and people are working, that would be the square footage of that. But say they have a side building and it's only used for storage or something of stuff. Does that get assessed too? If it's a building on that property, it gets assessed within this?
Would that be a
square footage
building
count?
that we would find a district mapping parcel on? I don't think we would, correct?
Probably not.
So
So it would
Cassie,
be-
we wouldn't classify that square footage.
We wouldn't.
So typically when working through the assessor records, they have separate cards. And sometimes it's very clear what is on that card and sometimes it is not. So how we're collecting that data is we're just taking each of those cards and getting the total square footage to work from.
So we would have to probably take that into consideration.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, if we put this fee in effect, it's going to be tweaked over several
Oh,
years.
most definitely.
I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
an ongoing process.
I mean,
trying
we
to
can
get it
come
right.
back here in 2 years and tell you only 10%.
People will have the opportunity to come and talk with you guys to say, hey, look, it works things out. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the minute you get the bill, the person's gonna look at it and say, this isn't right, we gotta.
I think most of the calls will be, is this real?
Yeah.
is the first thing, and then we tell them that it is, and then, hey, your numbers are off, or this is off, then just like anybody would in a residence, if somebody come in and says, hey, I sold this house, is we would work with them and the assessor's office to correct that information so that the correct people would be billed and that the folks that shouldn't be billed wouldn't be.
I just have one other question.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, but, and have you all done an assessment on what do you think this will be the cumulative amount of funding that you'll receive from this?
Yes. If you had 100% payment based on the fee that we have and the numbers that we have, it could generate approximately $546,000 a year.
Okay.
Is this an annual bill or a monthly bill?
This is an annual bill, just like your household
Just
fee
like the
once a year.
residents, yeah.
The only thing, as we said, we would offset it. You would get your household fee in July, this would come out in January, so that you would work on a calendar for your business.
Right now, based on homestead exemption, it's under 10,000 people, but even at 10,000, we're gonna waive the next $25, that's $250,000, 250,000.
And we have those numbers in our
Right.
homestead
But
abatement.
it projects it into the future as you continue to get more people on homestead. But,
Correct.
we're gonna take in more than what it's gonna cost us to eliminate the $25.
Yeah, we believe initial startup costs with the rebate that first year will be somewhere around $336,000, of which $20,000 of that is a one-time cost. Of course, we know we haven't captured all businesses yet, so I think it's going to ebb and flow a little bit, but I don't think we're going to operate in the red unless people just flat out say, hey, we're not going to pay this.
Every utility company we have, I mean, even the stormwater, they project 1.6 million, but they collect 1.4 every year because they have 20% of their people not paying the fee.
Well, that's how we do, is we base our budget off of 85% pay.
85, yeah,
Yeah.
they base theirs off the 80% paid, but it's going to be more than enough to cover the loss that you're going to take because of the exemption for the homestead.
Yeah, what we factored in is if 95% of the business is paid, we can still finish out ahead. I've got the numbers broken down to where you'd probably have to get down to about a 70% or less before you go into the red.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Move on to the homestead abatement.
Mhm.
Or do we need to speak about that first? All right, we'll move on to the homestead abatement. So what is it? Well, the plan is this, is to offer a $25 reduction on the household fee to any homeowner listed on the deed of a residential property and who has been approved for homestead exemption through the Berkeley County Assessor's Homestead Program. The homeowner must meet the following criteria for qualification for the exemption. I'll tell you, these qualifications are the same thing we use on the household side for someone to exempt a property on that side. Is they have to supply proof to the Berkeley County Ambulance Authority annually of approved exemption status and fill out a written request for the abatement. The homeowner or owner's account or accounts cannot be in arrears. And if the homeowner or owners own more than one property, they may only qualify for a single abatement. As I said, these are the same criteria we use if a homeowner wants to exonerate a home because they own more than one home.
Excuse me, Brian.
Yeah.
Currently, when folks want to apply for homestead exemption, they go to the assessor's office and they fill out the appropriate form and make, the proof of their age or disability, whatever it is. But you're saying that the folks have to come in here every year?
We have put on there right now annually with us, because what you could have is, and we've researched this, is if my spouse and I qualify for homestead, it comes under my name. Then I pass away, she goes in and assumes the homestead exemption. She passes away and that house passes on to another family member. That property is still assessed with the homestead abatement on it until they find out, or maybe it never gets turned in. that on the deed, that home is no longer homestead eligible because maybe the person that takes over the house is a 30 or 40-year-old, hasn't reached that thing yet. So we did encounter, a number of those. So our thing would be is to do it annually. Now, it's my understanding that there is a way that we can see that documentation. So as we move forward, it might be as simple as saying, okay, if you're requesting it, we can see it in the system, you're good to go. If it's a case where they think they're eligible, but we're not seeing it in the system, we can tell them, hey, you need to come in and work on this because we're not able to see it in the system.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, the county's taken a lot of steps to be able to streamline
Yes.
folks. It just, I think about the 85 or 90, 95-year-old person that would have to come here to
save
take care
$25.
to take
Yeah,
care of that.
I guess my thing is,
First place.
yeah, I don't disagree. My thing is to write you something fair, equitable, and rigid, and we back off from there. And if you say, hey, this is what I'd like to see you do because we know that does exist, we'll be more than happy to do it. It's not a problem. If they call in and say, hey, I qualify for the homestead exemption, yes, you do, Ms. Smith, so your bill amount is $85. And they'll either send us a check or do whatever they need to do. Whatever you have. This is our presentation to you, how you want us to mold it and amend it, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree that it's asking a lot there of a senior, speaking from experience, and I'm not real old yet, but old enough, but, to save $25 a year is a thing that they're gonna forget to do first of all, and then they're gonna be frustrated to have to go and do it anyway, and it just seems like, I would assume though, in Larry's case, when somebody's in a homestead and that house is only titled to somebody else, that it would certainly switch over back from homestead at that point if it went to a kid or something.
If I could
Please.
give you an
Yeah.
explanation. First and foremost, the assessor is 2 years behind, essentially, in
Okay.
record keeping.
Yeah.
We're in real time.
Mhm.
So that complicates things. We see it, and Cassie can explain to you, we see it on a daily basis. Where there's a property, we know this person is deceased. And the assessor records is, said person is still in there as the owner. And we're doing everything we can, knowing we have a record that says they're deceased. We have a perfect example of when someone is inherit a property, parents died, children inherited, will says you can sell the property. They're just leaving it in the parents' names and not selling it and it's not going into someone else's name, so it's just staying there. From my conversation with the assessors, a lot of times they say, well, somebody has to come in here and tell us. Somebody from the family. Well, if they don't come in, then it just keeps rolling. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, our point of someone coming in here and applying, because we see this all the time of properties that are in deceased people's names that we know is wrong, but we're like, how do we fix it?
Could this be done through a phone call?
I was thinking even on their billing, because everybody's still paying a fee. All they're gonna do is get the extra $25 waived. So could there be something on when they get their invoice that says, oh, you qualified last year for homestead exemption, you still own the premises, and they could sign off on it when they pay their fee perhaps.
And I know there's people out there that will find a way around that. That's cost to everything you do.
Well, they have out-of-state tax that don't change.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same.
I don't know. I was just looking for an easier way.
Simplest solution, right?
Yeah. So, but I hear you. I get your point.
And really doing the annual, even for us, I mean, it's work for us, for us to have to go through that process
Sure.
too. I'm not lessening the public, they're coming in here, but we're having to do that too. So I'm not saying that we're in love with the idea either. We just see a problem on the other side of things that we see, and this is one way we can try to avoid that.
Well, I think what I'm hearing is what they would like is for us to have a check block that I previously qualified for homestead exemption and a signature. Because now I think you have legal ramifications if someone is forging a signature or something saying that I'm qualified, but I'm not, but I'm really on.
Verification
So,
that no
yeah.
changes have occurred and I'm gonna sign off so that it does fall to me. If
Correct.
changes have occurred and I legally told you they did.
Correct. So that's, I think it's something we can definitely
Yeah,
make happen.
I mean, I understand very well where you're coming from, but I do like the check box and a signature, or even a phone, maybe you on a bill, like if you qualify, or if you've qualified in the past or will qualify now, contact us, with a phone call, that you could at least verify their information, something, instead of every year, they gotta run in here.
Well, I think the other thing too that's not known to you guys is we get undulated with phone calls at that first part of the year all the time. So I know the county council gets calls, hey, we're calling there, nobody's answering, and that's because you're in queue. So one of the things that we're looking at is an interactive voice response system that will allow them to call this 800 number, enter their billing information, and pay that bill. So if we can eliminate some of that on one side, I'm sure because what we don't want is them trying to do that and then getting frustrated that they couldn't get through to us trying to do that. So
I just got a text message from Gary. He said he could also work with the ambulance authority to make it some type of website request, so it could be automated, to maybe simplify for everybody.
yeah, and that'd be something to look at as we build this software.
As it is now with the annual household fee exonerations, they can call, they can fax, or some repeat will email me, hey, it's that time of year, can you scan and send this? I'm out of state and I want to get this taken care of. It has to be notarized. So we will send them that form. They'll have someone notarize it and they will either mail it back or they will fax or send it to us in some fashion. So if either one of those were available, they could just print that document or fill it out online and send it back. That was probably very helpful.
Yeah, Gary seems to think that working with you guys, he can do something electronically, so you can do it in person, by mail, or electronically.
That's why we're here. We can do that. Anything else? We'll move on to the cost, as we said. So we ran the numbers through because it closed out December 1, 2022. At that time, we had over 8,199 accounts for the age and 1,170 accounts based on disability. We ran those numbers. So our total abatement as of December 1 of 2022, of course, this won't open again until July, $234,225. We looked at startup costs for our software at around $20,000, plus our additional staff that we're adding, supplies, sending out bills. The initial year, we believe the cost to be about $336,225, and then of course that $20,000 reoccurring cost will back out of there. So we're figuring probably a cost around $320,000 annually as those numbers go up, of course. If I had to guess, I would say they're probably adding maybe just for the month of November, they added 160 new accounts. So I'm going to guess you're probably looking around 1,500 to 2,000 people maybe annually that gets added to this, not including those that may pass away and get dropped. I'm taking a rough estimate.
Or those that sell and move to Florida.
Yeah, that's true too. Of course, that's how that fee structure would look in our ordinance. So I'll open it up to any questions on that.
Give me those figures again on it. You said 1,000 and something per year?
I figure you
people
could
that would
potentially
qualify
add
for
about
homestead?
well, I know the first numbers that we got on the homestead was right around 7,500 is what they believed to be on the program. When we met with Cody back in October, he gave us the number That was 146 less than what we got in December 1 when it closed out. So if you figure 100, you figure 160 people a month between the two, that's going to put you somewhere between 15 to 1600.
That was a monthly figure, that 100.
Yeah, that was a monthly figure, yeah, that 160. But once again, remember, our state legislature just increased the number of military veterans that would be eligible with a 90% disability rate. Before this year, I think you had to be 100% disabled to qualify. So that's going to open up some doors.
Well, I applaud everybody that had work put in this to be able to take what you were asked and actually get it on an 8x11 sheet of paper. I think you've done very, very well. I think you've listened to our requests of things that were important to us, but yet financially make sure that you've got yourself in a position where you can continue your good service to the public and increase the services as needed moving forward. I think you've done very well with this. I really do. Like I say, there might be a couple little things that you're going to see that come along, but for 34 years, the residential folks in this county have provided the finances to run this EMS service. And when we asked you to look at commercial, we knew it wasn't easy or it would have been done years ago. But I give you a lot of credit, and I appreciate the work that you've put into this.
The one person I didn't mention that I want to, so I'm sure he's watching on his computer, is the data that we got on our call stuff. Our chief, Chad Weinbrenner, did a lot of data mining, and our assistant chief, Brian Berry, so they get credit to be part of this group of folks that really worked hard to bring this before you, and we'll continue to do it to fine tune.
Yeah. And the percentage that say you're going to generate 546,000, and if you take 7% of your total budget, which is 525,000, you're almost
About 531,000.
right there covered.
Yes.
So we're asking you to pay what the percentage of our cost is to provide ambulance service to you. So I think that's really fair in that respect. Really fair. I applaud you too for all the work you did. It's great, wonderful.
I think with all the growth that we have going on in this county, the commercial growth as well as residential, it will most certainly be a plus for this community, how everybody's sharing the burden.
Well, one of the questions was asked, through the development authority, if they come in and say, hey, we see this as a hindrance or something. There's always flexibility. I mean, you work pilot programs on taxes. You could work a pilot program with this too. You say, hey, if you're willing to fund this piece of equipment, we will cut you a break for XYZ time frame. So I think you've got a broad thing that you can do, but I'm the director. You guys make those decisions. Any additional questions for me? I'll get out of here in case somebody else wants to speak.
Well, it is a public hearing, and is there any items from the public or anybody here to speak on behalf of the public? I do not see any at this point. Do we recess it until this evening or close this one?
Hearing, and then you have Tim next, and it'll be executive session, and then you'll reconvene an additional public hearing tonight at 6 o'clock.
Yep. Okay. Being so there's no discussion from the public, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Thank you all so much.
Thank you all.
And next on the agenda is Tim Zaya.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning,
sir.
This may be Mr. Catlett and Mr. Boyd's first time I've been here, just for an update on my program since you all took your spots here. I know I came here for my budget presentation a month or more ago, but if at any time there's information that you kind of realize that you'd like to have that I haven't provided please let me know. There's a lot of information that I could provide. I can't provide it all in one update. So if there's specific questions you have, pieces of information you'd like me to share when I come in for these, please let me know. I'll start with home confinement. Home confinement program, we currently have 1 supervisor and 6 officers assigned. We have 1 home confinement officer vacancy. Since January 2018, we've supervised over 1,000 offenders. 518 people have completed their sentences, which is 58%. 382 did not, which is 42%. We have 123 currently under supervision, 44 pending cases. Our savings calendar year 2018, jail cost would have been $808,000 if it weren't for the home confinement program. And then fast forward to 2022, total savings is $2,282,416. So the home confinement program continues to operate very smoothly. It's doing quite a significant service for our community, not only keeping jail bill down, but keeping families together, allowing people to continue to stay employed while they're being closely monitored, and legal terms and conditions being enforced by the officers.
Is this on a calendar year savings?
Yep.
A year. Remarkable.
So on the 2 positions we approved, you have 1 filled so far?
Yes, sir.
Is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
In hopes of having the other one filled
Yes.
as soon as possible?
And then hopefully the other position.
We budgeted another one for next year
Correct.
fiscal year that starts July 1. Yeah.
Correct.
Hopefully we can get up to 150, 60 people on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Catlett, say that again.
I just said, well, hopefully then in a few months we can get up to 150, 60 people on home confinement.
Yes.
Instead of 123. It'd be great.
Recovery Resource Center. Any other comments, questions about home confinement?
Anybody?
There's really not a great deal more that I could share with you about how the program runs. Smooth sailing. Recovery Resource Center, so far this calendar year.
Back up once. I do have a question.
Mhm.
If you could sometime. Do you have obviously have their addresses, right?
Their
Those
addresses?
People that's in home confinement, where they live.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to know a percentage sometime of how many are city residents and how many are just county residents. So when you get time.
We
And the same thing on the home confinement part. I mean, on the day reporting as well.
Yeah,
How many are city residents?
we did that with Day Report Center participants several years ago, it might even be 4 years ago now. And if I'm remembering correctly, it was roughly 30% of our total participants were from the city.
Okay.
But I will find out.
Even though
I'll find out both populations for you.
That's large compared, because that's more than the number of city residents in our county is what I'm saying, percentage-wise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a lot of our.
Send that to Penny or I didn't get.
Will do. I will do that.
So you're still searching for somebody to fill that other position? What are the qualifications for that position?
Ideally, some experience in corrections or law enforcement. Degree not required, preferred. Recovery Resource Center. In calendar year 2022, the staff there successfully got 230 people into an inpatient program. Already this calendar year, they've gotten 55 into treatment. That's just 55 people that they've actually gotten into a program. That doesn't account for the number of people that come in. There's lots of needs, people come in and request, and the staff there. I mean, several hundred already this calendar year, people calling in for, they need assistance with food or housing, or they want to know where meetings are, they want to get plugged in with a peer recovery coach, things like that. They're facilitating 7 recovery meetings weekly on Mondays, Cocaine Anonymous, in addition to a reentry support group. So 2 groups that are being held on Mondays. Tuesdays are 2 groups as well. One is Smart Recovery, and then another just open recovery meeting. On Wednesdays, there's a family and parent support group being held in addition to a Cocaine Anonymous meeting, and on Thursdays, a Narcotics Anonymous meeting being held. The Joe Tip program continues to do their work in the high schools. They're in Spring Mills right now. They meet with the ninth graders. So they've gotten into all 4 high schools this school year. Plan is to continue that program. The grant expires in September of this year. Tracy Gilliam's already been working to put together that application. In fact, is that what she came in this morning for?
Yeah. I told you wanted to tweak it a little bit.
That, yes. So we'll be applying for that grant again. I don't know why we wouldn't be awarded it again. We've got a lot of good data to report against. Yes. Quick response team as well continues to do their thing. In February, just in the month of February, they knocked on 29 doors. There was one address they could not locate, but they reached 15 survivors, 4 families, distributed naloxone to each person they came in contact with. Only 3 in the month of February accepted services, which is down from prior months. From start to current, October 2020 to current, 862 doors have been knocked on, 368 overdose survivors, 201 families, and 176 survivors accepted services, which is 47%, which is phenomenal, if you ask me. So the QRT continues to do very good work. They are all part of the group that helps out with harm reduction on Wednesdays now. The Recovery Resource Center, they're doing their thing, open to the public, available, and doing good work.
The QRT is all funded through a grant. The health department is the grantee, and we bill them quarterly for salaries, and then they even paid it. If you probably had to buy a van for the QRT, we've even factored in the cost of that van into the reimbursement. So it's all grant funded.
Okay. Any other questions of Tim?
Is there any way to get a copy of that report? Dean?
Sure.
Yeah, you say if you just email it to us.
Yeah.
I'll do some editing because a lot of this I just put in a way that I understand it. I'll certainly send
It's hard to sit here and scratch things down, and if you could just send it.
Yeah, I
to
know,
us
I'm
every
trying
time
to
we do
write
it.
it down.
Okay.
You know, because you have people to ask questions, and I like to be knowledgeable when I give them answers. So,
Yeah, you can either send it to Penny or Alan, we can get it out that way too. That'd be great. Is that okay? Anything else, Tim?
Day Report Center.
That's it.
From January 1st to current, we've received 155 referrals already this year, 43 from magistrate court, 20 from probation, 4 drug courts, 17 home confinement, 15 parole, and 7 DHHR. Our juvenile program is just rapidly growing. We've gotten more referrals for Catalyst than we have Day Report Center from January until now. We've gotten 49 from any other referral source. There are 3 therapists who are currently funded via Catalyst, which is HIDA funding, and a peer recovery coach. We have 1 case manager. It's about to be 2 who are dedicated to providing services to the juveniles. So the Catalyst program is just really rapidly growing. There's a big need. There really has never been any sort of services like this provided for juveniles in Berkeley County. So as the word has spread among DHHR caseworkers, school counselors, people are appreciating the work that's being done, and it just you go to a restaurant, they have really good food and good service, you tend to go back. Right? The same thing here. So, Day Report Center, we have 38 full-time employees now, 4 part-time employees. We're operating 83 groups a week. We're hovering still around 300 active program participants, conducting 1,500 to 1,600 drug screenings on a monthly basis. We're providing transportation to, as of this morning, 76 people. We have 5 vans that are just running all day. It really messes us up when one of the vans gets into a wreck, which has happened a couple times over the last year. But Kathy's juggling that schedule, and we're getting money back from Motive Care for all the people that we're able to, that we transport to Medicaid billable services. As you know, we were awarded our LVHC, Licensed Behavioral Health Center license in May. We then began the process of being credentialed with the Medicaid MCOs. We're finally done there. There's some loose ends to tie up with Aetna so that we can get electronic payments. They're sending all our payments via check. But that's the final outlier. There are here it is. We have 171 people who have been assessed and we're currently billing Medicaid for. That number went from about 130 to 171 just over the last month. There were still a lot of people that had not been assessed because, so when we were able to start billing, we had roughly 200 people that had insurance. Well, all 200 of those people now had to have a minimum of 60-minute session done with our clinical supervisor in order to receive a diagnosis. It's a Medicaid requirement. That has to be done in order to begin billing. Well, she already had 40 hours of work to complete. Now she had to start seeing all these people. So it's taken a considerable amount of time to get all these people assessed. Over the last month, we started having some therapists work some overtime hours to really try and catch up on these assessments because we were just having a hard time catching up. So there's 171 that have been completed. There's still 34 that need to be completed. And that 34 number increases as each person comes in new who has Medicaid. They have to be assessed as well. My hope is that a month from now, 6 weeks at the most, we're finally going to have all of our active participants assessed, and we're going to be caught up, and we're going to be billing for all the people that we're able to bill for. But in spite of not being able to bill for all the people that we're able to, in the month of February, we billed $41,186. Already to date in March, with 34 people that still need to be completed, we've billed for $45,132. So I suspect once we're caught up, we'll be billing in the neighborhood of $70,000 a month for Medicaid.
And when we put next year's budget together as part of your revenue stream, that Medicaid reimbursement is not included in the general fund reimbursement, not including the general fund revenue. Is that ACH comes in, it goes directly into a special revenue fund that in the future, if something should happen that many of the grants that we have, and we don't anticipate it will, but if some of the grants would start to go away in order to sustain those programs, you'll have that special revenue fund just to help to make sure the recovery of resources continues.
Tim, do you people on Medicare, is that possible billing or what? I don't know how many clients you have over 65. But
That's an even more complicated process than Medicaid.
Yeah.
And we probably, off the top of my head, I'm going to say we only have 2 or 3 people that have Medicare.
Is that right?
Yeah. When we have someone that comes in that's on Medicare that needs to get into the inpatient program, that's very difficult. There's one in Ohio. It's an inpatient program for people who have Medicare. There's one in Florida. So I don't have any plan at the moment to try and go down that road. I don't think it would be worth it.
If the percentages of that,
Yeah.
obviously not.
They're very low.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Total number of participants in DRC right now,
About 300
and that's where we've been.
hovering, yeah. We kind of need to maintain that number as best we can until,
Yeah, the biggest restriction to growth right now is space.
but we're working on that.
Yes, yes, we are.
Want to mention briefly your surprise audit already?
Yeah, we had a visit from OFLAC when I was out, actually, and they were very impressed with how well our records were in place. Generally, new programs have pages and pages and pages of corrections that need to be made, things that have been missed. We have I think it was just 4 corrections that need to be made, and they're minor. We had a brief meeting this morning. We just have to put together our plan of correction. I mean, we're talking maybe a total of 30 minutes of work to complete the plan of correction.
These are unannounced federal audits. You don't know they're coming in. The team comes in and typically takes 4 days? on
Yes.
average, and they finish this.
It was actually less than 2 days.
Very good.
Yep.
Is that because most of it's grant money, so they're coming to make sure everything's being?
No, it's it actually, they don't have anything to do with looking at those things. It's policies and procedures being followed, electronic health records being maintained properly, personnel records being maintained properly. I mean, a lot of the work that had to be done up front to apply for the license was to have a policy and procedure manual in place that's strictly applied to the LBHC, and there's something like 30 policies we had to create. And they all have to be followed, and they all have to be documented, and it goes on and on and on. So
HIPAA rights, I mean, you gotta protect people's
Personal.
yeah.
You know,
History.
and Tim, you know, anytime you get in partnership with Fed, you can imagine the hoops that, I mean, one of the things at the very, very end that we didn't have the hours of operation properly posted. So they actually dinged us because we didn't have a sign. Okay.
So we made a sign.
Here's your sign. So, I mean, Tim and his staff spent an inordinate amount of time getting all of the policies and procedures and dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's to get Medicaid eligibility, prevailing eligibility. So, in the fact that we were surprised that they did this unannounced audit so soon. They just showed up one morning and said, we're here to do your Medicaid audit. Okay.
And we were basically told the programs that have a lot of problems are the ones that they'll revisit. She said, you probably won't see us again in 2 years.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Nope, you guys are doing a great job.
I'll get those couple of items.
Sorry to give you extra work to put.
No, it's not like
together,
that.
but
It's not like that.
You're talking to a lot of these other places in the state, and even with some local things, they ask questions, and I like to have educated answers from them.
Yep. Can't find my page.
Have you noticed anything different from DHHR lately in the way that have they changed any of their policies or procedures?
Well, I don't know about changed policies and procedures. I know that they still don't have the staff that they need. Our numbers are still down there.
Yeah.
And I think that's why. They just don't have the people to do it.
And we're seeing delays in reimbursements.
We're trying to figure out now, all of a sudden, they started sending our checks in the name of Berkeley County Circuit Clerk. And no one seems to know why. I was on the phone for an hour yesterday and couldn't get an answer. About it. Weird stuff like that.
Shelley said she'd keep the money.
I'm sure she would.
You know, Tim, last year during the session, we had the opportunity to speak with Secretary Sandy, and who's in charge of corrections. So we spoke to him about our jail bill and all the things associated with that. And I informed him then that we would help any county that reached out and needed help to be able to get some of these programs set up. And last week I was in discussion with Commissioner out of Kanawha County, Commissioner Wheeler, who was like, "How did you do it?" I said, "I'm not the guy." I said, I get you the guy, and I appreciate you taking your time to help him. You know, I know they have a lot of work to do in a lot of different areas, but I appreciate you taking the time to help him try to get where he needs to be.
Sure.
And,
Yep, we had a good conversation. I shared with him what I could and let him know to reach out as he moves forward there and attempts to build some programs. I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We are the shining star. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, next up.
Items from the public, and then if the council will allow, we would like to have executive session to discuss legal matters and county council personnel issues.
Okay, we have no items or no public here for any items, so do I have a motion to go into executive session for legal matters?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sign.
Like sign opposed. We are in executive session.
Yeah, sign.
Yes.
I've got it stuck between the rim and the back.
Yeah. All right. Not
It
sure
was
we
that
call
shot.
that two or not.
It was that shot.
Anthony, can you go first? I have three things for you. The firefighter complaint that we just received, the sewer complaint, to make the council aware, and the recent development with Inzor.
So, President was served with that complaint for death of the firefighter. The arson. For the folks who weren't here back when that lawsuit was filed, it's, I'm sure all of you heard of the incident that was
It was down by Baker Heights,
It was
an arson,
2020.
2020.
Yeah, it was 2020. So it was 2 year statute of limitations was coming up.
Hold on.
Mr. Boyd. I'm making a motion to adjourn.
Okay, we're out of
Recess.
executive session and there's no items to be dealt with and nobody from the public in here. So, Mr. Boyd, would you
Make a
do the
motion
honors?
to recess.
Thank you, sir. We are in recess. Anybody want some milk? Okay. 15 seconds. Do you want to make this early or not? All right. Well, good evening, everybody. We're back in session here for a public hearing on non-residential ambulance service fees. This is our second public hearing for the day. And to start off, I need a motion to open the public hearing.
I so move.
Second?
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. If Mr. Brown would like to give us a little update on what we talked about this morning and for the general public that's here.
Sure, I think this is just all over from the ambulance over. Okay. But as we stated this morning, this is a non-residential special emergency ambulance user fee. Just kind of shoot through it here. As we said back in July, the county council did task us with developing a non-residential fee structure. Some of the particulars on that is they wanted something that was equilateral across the board and taking into consideration that we wanted to look at a possible fee abatement on the household side for those folks on the homestead exemption. All of you have a copy of these slides that you see up on the screen here that you can reference to as we move forward. As we said, they also want to look at occupancy. So, as we said, we did face some challenges. The initial challenges that we did face with there not being any zoning laws in Berkeley County is on the topic the assessor's office. They say that things are determined on a judgment call based on location, building site, and usage. Then we did spend time with the state fire marshal. They said that there's limited determination of building occupancy once a permit is issued. There's no researchable database that anyone could go to confirm numbers on a regular basis. And so we wanted to figure out the best way to validate employee counts and things of that nature for those particular categories that receive special consideration. So we took a idealistic solution that we looked at. We came up with a non-residential annual business assessment. Basically, the owner of the structure would come in and do an attestation form or the NRADA form that talks about their hours of operation, membership of 24 hours a day, maximum workforce. And based on that information, they could qualify for a reduced rate. The example we use is someone having a 30,000 square foot warehouse with maybe 6 employees. That product they would classify for that reduction. What tools did we utilize to develop this fee structure? Again, we networked, we data mined. We reached out to a couple other EMS agencies that have formed a non-residential fee for public safety. That was Wynn County, Arkansas, and of course Jefferson County, West Virginia. We data mined 3 years of previous data on EMS run sheets. We met with the county assessor's office, data mined assessor's records, and then we determined the budgetary impact as well as limited patient demographics. So this is the data that you guys saw this morning showing fiscal years 20 and 21. As we stated then, you're looking at around 70% of our calls going to residences. Another 13.5 to 15 over the 2-year period to our streets and highways. And then you see our businesses. We started out in 2020 at about 5.25%. 2021, that moved up to not quite between 5.75% and 6%. And then you include your public buildings and facilities in there. But as I said then, the key points that you're really looking at when you look at percentages, it seems minute. But you have to look at those numbers. We're talking numbers based off 10,800 calls in 2020 and then 13,972 in 2021. And significant jumps in those numbers. And then when we went on to 2022 this morning, and you can see, in fact, another jump in the total number of calls. But the big thing that stands out is our businesses jumped, from quite a few percentages up to almost 8.11% there, 1,167 calls, which is an increase of 107 calls. So we're starting to see, this trend of the businesses utilizing the service more and more, the public buildings utilizing the services, the health facilities, which are our urgent cares, that are moving patients from urgent care to hospital. And as the chief has said in the past, they actually build their business model to include the 911 ambulance service, that if the patient comes in and has a condition that's not conducive to being treated there, that they will transfer that patient out via 911 ambulance to the hospital, rather than say, hey, can that patient drive 2 miles to the hospital right up in K81? So then we kind of brought all this together in our conclusion, looking at those past 3 fiscal year averages, and some of the truths we found were that 70% of our calls are to our residents, almost 6.5% to our businesses, with an additional 6 to 8% to public places. So then we looked at our ambulance authority budget, which stands at right $7,595,000, and 7% of that total budget would be right around $531,650. The current proposal that we've provided you is designed to recover that 7% at a 90% pay rate, 95% pay rate. Now, the other thing that we said that we would do to make it easier for our businesses is set it up on a calendar year bill cycle versus a physical year bill cycle. That way it works good for their tax management and things like that. And here is in fact the actual non-residential fee structure that we proposed. As you can see, the regular rate for non-residential, the industrial, which includes industrial, manufacturing, commercial, mixed use, miscellaneous, and others, we set at $2.80 per 100 square foot. We looked at a warehouse rate, that was warehouse and storage unit rate. That was a big thing that was discussed during the portion of building this, that we would have 2 rates. One for a warehouse whose occupants or employees were greater than 1 person per 1,000 square foot, and a reduced rate for those that were less than 1 person per 1,000 square foot. Then we also looked at our religious oriented structures and having a reduced rate of $1.50 per 100 square foot. It did not include those churches that have schools and daycare centers. Those would be pulled out and assessed at those other rates. We had a Board of Education and school rate of 75 cents per 100 square foot. As you see, we had talked about active farms at a flat rate, but as we were doing our research, we realized that our active farms are a number of parcels collected that usually one of those parcels has a living structure on it. So we would know that living structure from the house. And then we had a mass gathering rate that the school functions would be exempt of that. But we put a congregate number of 300 attendees or more, not necessarily for the duration of the event, but at any one congregate time, put a $300 flat fee rate of that. And of course, our late fees for them being 5% and 10%. Now this, as you can see, has been added since this morning. This is what we're calling our takeaways from our morning public meeting. As we talked about having a mass gathering fee exemption. One of those exemptions may be the organizer or organizers may contract with the private ambulance service. Another possibility is that VCEA is providing service in kind like we do for Berkeley County Youth Fair. And we will do for the 4th of July celebration as well as the air show. And one of the others we looked at was, all in all, bottom line is you guys are the approving authority. If I, as an organizer, want to come in, request, through county council to get on your agenda, I can come in and petition the county council just like anybody else for an exemption to that fee and have it granted if you guys choose. So once again, here's my little pause for any questions that anybody may have before we get into the homestead abatement.
Well, Brian, as I look at that, you've got a separate business and separate healthcare. truthfully, the healthcare facilities, they are a private business.
They are.
So you could really and truly take those two numbers and make a substantial, nearly 13%
Yes, sir,
of
that's
that call
correct.
volume. So I'm just saying, instead of breaking it down that much further to be a little bit more affirmative in the number, it is a business.
It is, yes, sir. It is.
That's all.
Any other questions? Any questions from the public? Comments? Okay, go ahead.
Now we'll move on to our homestead abatement. Takeaways from the morning's public meeting on our homestead abatement. One of the things discussed was the methods of validation of the homestead exemption status. We immediately got to work looking at that, and based on recommendations, we're going to look at an attestation letter that can be mailed, or a downloadable PDF attestation letter that if someone calls in and says, hey, I'm eligible, we're like, okay, if you have the ability to go online, you can go online, pull this down, fill it out, send it to us, we validate it, and go forward from there. They can simply ask to have one mailed to them that they can attest, hey, I'm attesting that I am eligible for the homestead exemption. We had talked about, we had recommended annually, you guys came back and said that seemed like a lot. So we got together and discussed, did we want to maybe do something every 5 years? Maybe we do the zeros in 5 of those years. And what we came down to is maybe we'll do it every odd year. For the example, 2023, 2025, 2027. So that for those people that do prefer to come in here and pay their stuff, which most do, that's not something that they have to worry about every year. And it gives us something that we can tell them when we send it out, hey, this is the year that you have to let us know if you're still on board with this, or maybe that person's passed away and now you're the new person that's taking over that exemption for that household. So as you can see, we didn't leave here today and not go back to the drawing board. So what is the homestead abatement? Well, the plan is to offer a $25 reduction on household fee to any homeowner listed on a deed of residential property who has been approved for the homestead exemption through the Berkeley County Assessor's Homestead Program. The homeowner must meet the following criteria to qualify for the exemption. As you can see there, we've moved that from annually to biannually. The homeowners or owners of accounts cannot be in arrears. And then finally, if homeowner or owners own more than one property, they don't only qualify for a single abatement, just like they would if they were going to exonerate owning multiple homes. We talked about costs this morning. These numbers haven't changed since this morning. As you can see there, currently, we're looking at about $9,369 at the end of December 1 of 2022. And we anticipate the possibility that those numbers being somewhere between $1,500 to $2,500 a year that could be added, not including any that may come out. Here's how it's written up currently. That would go into the special ambulance fee ordinance. We would have to change the annual to biannual. Get that squared away. And go back to our question session.
Okay, like I said, we are on a public hearing. If there's any comments or questions from the public, now's the time to speak. Anybody from the board?
We know about how many residential customers, new customers you have annually. Last year was nearly 1,400 new addresses. Do we know approximately how many new businesses come in annually? Does anybody have that number?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything on it. I only know we've been able to pull from the assessor's records. We have currently as we stand now, about 816 accounts, or business accounts, all on record. And bear in mind, that could be a business might have multiple accounts, like P&G owns multiple structures. So that's considered, it's gonna be one owner ID with multiple accounts for them, because I know they break their stuff down based on a Swisher line and Clorox line and things like that. So that's what we know for sure. I'm not sure, we might be able to touch with Gary Wine and see what they, as far as businesses or development.
I didn't know if maybe the tax office, the state tax office had that information on it. I don't know.
They would have it at the Secretary of State's office for like corporations and LLCs.
Yeah, but you're looking at, there's a lot of businesses that aren't brick and mortar.
Right.
Like I have like 8 businesses that operate out of my house that are like more so. I have a Courtesy Transportation LLC. I have my Wing Seasoning LLC. It doesn't have a location or staff, so.
And that was one of the things that our board president, Dave Irvin, says that he has an LLC with 2 partners to cover a retirement plan that they all are part of. So it's not really a business.
Right. I have a rental LLC too. I have a lot. I have like 11 LLCs.
Send him 11 bills.
Let him come in and let him.
Gotta have some square footage, so tell them.
There's no square footage, so I don't want you basing it on.
Base it on that LLC paper. That's
Yeah, but that goes to a city address.
Oh, there you go. Looks like he's got an answer for everything down
We
here.
do mutual aid.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Just thank you again for all y'all's hard work. We really appreciate it.
Yes, it was.
And I just want to reach out to you, let you know that as we move away from here, if an idea, as we know, ideas don't only come to us 9 to 5. If you have an idea that pops in mind, please reach out to me, send an email, call me, whatever, and say, hey, have you guys thought about this? Because as I said, when we left here today, we were back running again, and we'll continue to do it. Even when you guys say, hey, this is where we're at now, let's run with it, we'll continue to make it better.
I'm sure when a business gets an invoice or something that we send to them or the office sends to them, and they don't think that they fall into that category, this is going to be an exception that we'll have to, address when that time comes. So this is not a moving document; it's a working document.
So our
So
hope is with the letters, because as we told you, we want to send letters out first to say, hey, this is what was approved. This is what we know. Do you have any questions? And hopefully, as much as that as we can address up front, will lead us to a better outcome when we do send out the bill. But yeah, we totally understand. This is very fluid. It's not set in stone.
And I want to just say, in case there's no one here, obviously, but in case someone is watching us during this session, that the budget that you have is made up of about 7% of it is from businesses, and the fees we're going to collect balances that out, what
It
is
does.
spent. So I think that's a fair way to handle it. We're not charging the non-residents any more than what that percentage of your budget is covering their usage from us.
Correct.
So I think that's really important to let people understand that.
And I really do like that, having a non-residential annual business assessment. That a person can come in here and say, hang on here, man, I've got a 50,000 square foot building. I've only got 5 people, where I've only got 3 people that work here, so.
Or don't use half the building for some reason,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that there's a little bit of give and take in there on people that have a small business, perhaps. That's all.
okay. Very good. Anything from the public? Anthony, you said you're going to eat up about 3 minutes I was going to give you. No?
He answered all my questions.
Did he? No, we can't complain about
We
that.
met earlier in the week.
Okay, this will be the time for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
So,
Any further discussion or comments? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed. Public hearing is closed. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
thank you again.
We're not adjourned yet. Now that's coming up. Oh, I'm sorry, okay, Mr. Boyd, we'll give you the honors.
He's the one that sits closest to Jim.
Yeah.
By default. Make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you.
There's the hammer.